that the chair, committee chair wasn't properly informed about the past week. And then we come back here and proceed. Is that fine, honorable members? Yes, I thank you for your indulgence. So I shall be, in this case, is it suspension or adjournment? It's suspension. I shall be suspending for 1.5 hours. Very quickly, General Purpose Committee convene, honorable ministers, SG, update each other on the situation, on what we have been doing the past 2 days. Then we come back here and proceed. So I will be adjourning until, I'm adjourning for 1.5 hours from now. I'm suspending for 1.5 hours. Where is the committee going to meet? Yes?
Right Honorable, we shall meet in the committee room. Our usual committee room.
Okay, usual committee room. So House is suspended accordingly.
Good afternoon, honorable members. The right honorable speaker is thinking that since the general purpose committee is still working, it's better that the house resumes at 2:30. Resumption of business interrupted this morning, suspended this morning. Item 1 on order paper communication from the chair.
Good afternoon, honorable members. We are resuming business. I understand there are visitors we have in the gallery, members of parliament from Uganda, whom were introduced a few days back. Did I? I didn't. Okay, so as soon as I have the list with me, I wanted to recognize their presence by names. So the clerk can make arrangements for me to have the list. But in the meantime, honorable members from Uganda, you're most welcome. We appreciate your presence today. And for the record, I will recognize you by names as soon as I have them.
Item 2 on order paper, laying of papers. Roman 1.
Chair, General Purpose Committee. We can skip this while he's working in. Proceed.
Item 3, report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the on-spot assessment of the status of implementation of the EAC one-stop border post and the hydroelectric infrastructure at Ilegu, Nimle, Kobelo, Kabanga, and Rusumo borders. By way of motion, resumption of business interrupted on 7th June 2022.
Honorable members, I need to remind you on the motion we had on the floor. And the motion was that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the on-spot assessment of the status of implementation of the EAC one-stop border posts and the hydroelectric infrastructures at Elegu, Nimule, Kobero, Kabanga, and Rusumo borders be adopted. Debate had ensued, and the Honorable Engineer Mnya was on the floor. And because Engineer Mnya is not in, I proceed to call Honorable Kakoza to proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like also to add my voice to thank the committee on the committee report, which is really very comprehensive. But Right Honorable Speaker, I have some observation which I will request the Council of Ministers to get interested, that really this report has got the details of what is happening on the ground, where I would request that really, if we want to achieve the integration of the treaty, these challenges on page 8, when you read from Roman 1 up to Roman 9, you find that all of these are non-tariff barriers. And honestly speaking, these are matters which will help the business community, the free movement of people, really to enhance the pillar of the integration of the common market. For instance, the ID issue, some countries are implementing the protocol, but others are not. And really, if the free movement of people is not taken into account, then when you talk of the common market, it involves people to move freely. When you go to the recommendation 6.5, that's page 10 of the report, harmonizing a legal framework on Bureau of Standards. You can imagine in the common market now what we have. the fake products unless there is a particular legal framework that makes all the East African community to have a legal framework that standardizes. It will minimize the counterfeit products produced within the East African community. And once we have that legal framework, that one also as a barrier, it could be minimized. When I go to page, Right Honorable Speaker, when I go to page 15, maybe the committee will elaborate more. There is Roman 6, disparity of internal tax rates like VAT, which encourages smuggling. I think all the partner states, unless I'm informed otherwise, the VAT statute in Uganda we have, Rwanda we have, Tanzania we have, Burundi we have. I don't know why South Sudan has not implemented this, because after single custom territory, that we have a one-stop center which minimizes the documents and implementation of East African Customs Union. I think this is a point where the minister should take interest and advise the partner states that we must move at the same pace. Otherwise, if on the side of Uganda and Nimule, we are implementing the VAT statute and then the other side is not, it's also a tariff barrier to our community. When you go to Roman 9, lack of integration system between South Sudan and Uganda because of the fact that Alegu, OSB is using a SCUDA, while Nimune is using manual system. You see the complication. I think we need a clarification maybe from the chair to inform the House that as we integrated and we are implementing a single customs territory, the method and the implementation is every custom is a one-stop center. So the customs of the URA from Uganda and also people from South Sudan could have been in the same stop gap center, that all the documents from Mombasa, the goods going to South Sudan, all of the documents could have been verified from there. But you can see that ASCUDA World is the one which is implemented within East African Customs Union, but one partner state has not implemented. And this is also a barrier which can be minimized. And I want to inform the House, as we continue to have non-tariff barriers in the common market, it will hinder the integration. As you know, Right Honorable Speaker, we are joining the African Continental Free Trade Area to create a single market, deepening the economic integration. Otherwise, as a bloc, which if we don't evaluate early, you'll find a problem that even if we join the Continental Free Trade Area, to deepen the economic integration, it will be very difficult. That's why I urge the Council of Ministers to get interested that these non-tariff barriers should be worked upon. By the time we go to another second stage, we are at the same pace within the region. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the opportunity. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kakoza. And now I call on Honorable Duty to proceed. Honorable Thomas, just a minute. I now have the list of visiting members, honorable members from Uganda Parliament, and I wanted to recognize them. Honorable Mwine Mpaka, who is the chairperson, Trade, Industry, Tourism, and Cooperatives Committee. Honorable Francis Mwijukie, who is a Shadow Minister of Trade. Honorable Mboatekamu Gafa, Honorable Pauline Kamirembe, Honorable Gafabusa Richard, Honorable David Nga, Honorable Timuzugu Michael, Honorable Betty Engola, Honorable Tom Bright. Once again, you are most welcome. And when I met you briefly a while ago, I spoke about a special way Uganda Parliament has been very cooperative with the Eala. You know what happens between the month of July and August. We always lean on Uganda Parliament for their intervention, and they have always done that. So we thank you very much for taking time to visit. Honorable Duty, you can proceed.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor to contribute in this report. First of all, I would want also to add my voice in welcoming our Share Council. Number two, would want also to add my voice in congratulating the chair of the CTI and the committee members. I rise to support the report, and I have got 3 issues to contribute in this report, and mainly it will be the issue of the normally one border post, one stop border post. We have some issues there, and many of my colleagues have actually talked about them. One of them is that normally is not well equipped. And that is why there is a low kind of facilitating the vehicle between Ilogo and Numale, because it is lacking equipment. So in this regard, would one also to urge the council and consider this issue of installation of those important equipment to facilitate the operation at the Numale border, one stop border post. Number two, phase 1 at Numale border post is completed, but there was an issue to do with land. In this regard, I would want also to urge the government in coordination with the Council of Ministers, Government of the Republic of South Sudan, to finalize the allocation of the land so that we have a complete establishment of normally one border post. This is very important indeed to facilitate the operation at that important one stop border post at the border of the Republic of South Sudan. The other things is the issue of harmonization of laws, and we have been talking about it. Harmonization of laws to conform into EAC laws, it is still hindering our operation. So I would want also to urge the council, to urge our partner state at least to look into this, because it's important that we harmonize laws so that it facilitates the activities and the operation in our region. There was an issue which was raised by my colleague Gideon yesterday, and it is actually still affecting us here. Whenever we come to Tanzania, we have an issue of communication. Somebody like me, if I would want to call Juba, is still an issue. And again, I would want also to get an answer from the council, what is happening, because in the in the other 4 partner states, they have implemented this, and it is actually facilitating us. So I want to know what is happening here, because there was a promise. I remember last year that very soon, United Republic of Tanzania was actually to join the one area network. Finally, I supported the report, and I would want this August House to at least pass the report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dut. So that is the list I had yesterday before we interrupted the debate. Is there another member who wants to contribute to this? Okay, Honorable Musyoka, Honorable Pierre, Honorable Noor, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Pamela, Honorable Susan. We request that you become brief in your interventions because we don't have.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. I think what I would want from the committee is more in way of a clarification. Since we are here to further integration, I'm just wondering if the committee was able to establish whether in fact we do need this one-stop border posts, or that we can do away with them entirely. Of course, this also be aware, for example, when it's the drought season, when the wild beasts migrate, they don't use any border posts, and it's a natural occurrence. And since we are one people, I believe we should also look at that issue. So I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. I think you understood what he said. Yes. Honorable Pierre.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will not take long. I will go straight to and explain my idea. My point will be about the one-stop border post. In the report, they have been noted that Rusumo OSBP was defined as one of the best designed OSBP, while the Kobero one-stop border post was been lagging behind. And the reason have been presented by the chair of the committee. My comment or my proposal was to urge the Council of Ministers to direct the EAC Secretariat to formulate a request to get additional funds to upgrade the OSBP of Kobero, especially based on the idea that that in 2015 there was a request based on our information that there was a request to fund additionally and upgrade the OSBP of Kobero. By that time, Burundi was under sanctions from the European Union. Now that the sanctions have been waived, I think it's the right time to reformulate and revive the request. I submit, Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pierre. Honorable Nu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I'm a member of this committee, and I'm one of those people who went to the Egu and Nimile border post, that is between Uganda and South Sudan. And Honorable Speaker, there's need for these posts because obviously, maybe in the long run, we shall have no borders. But for the time being now, until we fully integrate and we reach that position, as long as there's human trafficking and goods and services that request to cross the border, then I think for the time being, for now, there's still need. And it is important to have it, the uniformity of those border posts are very important because I don't know how they are designed, because I can hear Honorable Speaker, the last speaker, is also complaining about the border post between Rwanda and I don't know, Burundi. But this one of Nimle Elegu was very poorly designed. And you can see there's a normal land between the one-stop border posts. And when there's a disconnect between the two border posts, that at least there's an open space. I don't know how it can be called on one-stop border post. And the side of South Sudan is not yet complete. There's still seems to be abandoned. There's no even contractor on site. So there's need for fast tracking of what really happened with that construction or completion of the side of South Sudan. Finally, Honorable Speaker, is about the issue of I think, accepting the common market protocol. That there's still a lot to be done in that aspect, because the aspect of insecurity that was mentioned yesterday by Honorable Somali, that people, the drivers who drive those trucks are really not safe, and it appears from time and again that the incidents of drivers being killed, not just even harassment. Harassment is not an issue. Even sometimes caning them like school kids is not an issue, but losing lives, those ones are not even reported sometimes, but there are a lot of lives that is being lost, and the life lost is not an easy thing. That thing should be addressed and should come to an end. Whether you use a common force or whether you use a local force, whatever force that can be used, that issue I think can never be allowed to continue the way it is now. And I think that aspect of insecurity along that border is causing a lot of havoc, and it is not a government issue, but it is a rebel. I don't know whether it is a bandit like we used to have in my place, that the roads are not safe. You have to escort those vehicles and whatever. So even if you supply escorts for those areas which are not insecure, something needs to be done on that road, because I think it's a lifeline for South Sudan, and it is also making it difficult to do business in those areas. With those few remarks, I say thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nur. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, I would like to start by thanking the Committee of CTI and its able Chair, Honorable Christopher, for a very good report that has touched on an important subject, which is the one-stop border post, and also the Rusumo hydropower project. And these are very important with regard to the promotion of trade, but also the implementation of both the customs union and also the common market protocol. I also want to thank the council for coming up with this concept of one-stop border post, because it has contributed to doing trade in our region, but also to reducing the time that our traders and also travelers spend on the borders, as well as the goods. Now, when you look at the one-stop border posts in areas that we have visited, be it the Rusumo one border post that links the United Republic of Tanzania and Rwanda, the Kabanga Kobero for the Republic of Burundi and the United Republic of Tanzania, and also the Legu Nimule between the Republic of Uganda and Republic of South Sudan. In all the observations, it is very clear that they have contributed to improving business in these two countries. But when you look at the observations and the challenges, I believe that these are challenges that can be addressed really by the council and in collaboration with our secretariat, because most of them are administrative challenges. I remember when we had an on-spot assessment tour as an assembly when we started our work, visiting the Central Corridor and Northern Corridor. In the Central Corridor, we visited the Kabanga-Kobelo one-stop border post, and also the Rusumo one-stop border post and the project. But when I looked at the challenges that were raised, whether it is the issue of accommodation at the side of Kabanga-Kobelo, the issue of challenges that this one-stop border post is facing, the issue of lack of fire extinguishers, is it fire fighters on the side of URT at Rusumo, the issue of staff lacking accommodation and transport, the issue of internet connectivity. You can imagine if it is online clearance and one side doesn't have internet connectivity, the implication it has. So all these issues were there. Now I can imagine almost 4 years down the line, we still face the same challenges. Same applies on the Rusumo hydropower point. I appreciate that there has been progress so far, but then most of the challenges were administrative in nature and the issue of harmonization of standards. So I really want to urge the council to look into this issue of addressing these pending challenges so that you can move forward, because no one doubts about the importance of the one border post. Like when you look at the time, every one border post has got its own time of work. In Rusumo, it's 24 hours. When you go to Kabanga-Kobelo, it's 12 hours, but we know Burundi is lagging 1 hour behind URT. You go to to Elegu Nimule, it's about 10 hours and 30 minutes work. So I think there's need for harmonization. So these are some of the cases in point that I think the council should look into so that we have very effective one-stop border post. And then also on the issue of the Rusumo hydropower project, it's long overdue. I would wish to inquire from the committee if in your interaction there was a time frame when this project should be launched, because we need hydroelectric power. The 3 countries need this energy as yesterday. So I just wanted to know whether there was a time frame. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I have areas where I need clarification from the committee. On page 14, now page 14, when you look at the Roman 12, you say that clearance for trucks at Elegu is less than 2 hours, while the one at Nimule takes about 1 to 4 days due to the manual processes that cause delay at Nimule. But when you go on the same page, Roman 15, there is decongestion of the border since it takes less time to clear goods and people. Previously, it was taking 10 minutes, but currently it takes 5 minutes. So if it is the same one border post, there is contradiction in these statements. So I just wanted to know what that means. So Right Honorable Speaker, with that, I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador. Honorable Pamela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like also to say that I'm a member of this committee, and I'll just point out only 2 things. Mr. Speaker, while appreciating the level of implementation of these projects at all the partner states, there are some serious and burning issues which we need really to focus on them and work on them quickly. One, looking at the status of implementation at Kabanga Kobero, from the side of Kabanga, the situation look at least better. But looking on the side of Kobero, there is a serious issue whereby this OSBP, when they were given the monies to implement, to establish the OSBP, they decided to put the monies to establish the accommodation, the facilities for accommodation. But when we went further and investigated the situation there, even the staff, they are working with a very, very dangerous environment, because the facilities which were constructed there, they are not enough for the staff who are working with in that border. One room is accommodating 6 working staff of that border. So I don't think if that fund was utilized effectively, and I think in my view, the EAC Secretariat should give the guidance to the partner states, especially when it comes to issues of priorities. Because now you look the other side of the border, which is the Kabanga side, the environment is a little bit better comparing to the other side. If we are pushing for the proper operation of the border, if one side is not operating well and the other side is operating very, at least a little bit well, I don't think we shall be talking in a practical way. So we need an intervention from the Secretariat, those who are responsible with this project, to make sure that they do a serious follow-up to see on how they can rescue the situation. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, it was spoken yesterday by my colleague, Honorable Engineer Mnya, about the timing of the reports. This activity was conducted last year, October. We are now debating the report, which I can say it's long overdue, because some of the issues we are recommending here, you might find when you go to the field, some of the things are already covered or they are closed. So I don't think if this assembly is just here to rubber stamp or to debate the reports which are not practical or which are not seriously pushing for the integration agenda. Because if our duties is to make sure that we are getting the positive results for this community, we really need to push and make sure that once we conduct the on-spot assessment, once we do an oversight work, we come here, we debate, we give our views, we give our recommendations on time. We should not wait for this. And this is coming because this assembly does not have enough time to work, does not have enough time to perform its duties. So that's why we are here. And not only for CTI, I'm sure from all the committees, we're having a lot of piling up documents, waiting for the presentation. We don't have time. So, Mr. Speaker, because the Chair Council is here, our SG is here, I'm sure they are seeing what's happening. And with these few remarks, I beg to submit and support the report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pamela. Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the Committee of CTI for this very good but old report. Actually, I tried to do the math. This report is 9 months old. So if it's a baby, from the time it was conceived, by now, really have a crying baby. So it has taken that long, and I hope the council is not happy about this. Really, it bothers me because if we were proceeding the way we used to proceed, where this assembly was sitting every 2 months, we would have long disposed of this important report, and maybe we would have gotten feedback from council already. So I don't know why really council has a problem with this assembly working.
I don't know whether it's inconveniencing every time they're called upon to attend the assembly, or they have other urgent matters to attend to, but maybe we'll hear more from the Chair Council when it comes to these issues. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to appreciate the East African community, the Secretariat, the Council of Ministers, because currently we have 13 operational one-stop border posts as the East African community. Thank you. And you all know this is one of the trade facilitation initiatives that we've done as a region. Trade used to take so long. It used to be very expensive to transact within the community. But because of these one-stop border posts, at least we are able to trade expeditiously. I remember there was a time when we went to Benchmark in Busia and received a petition as a committee. East Africans were petitioning that with this one-stop border posts being in place, they were losing business. We met a number of sex workers who were complaining that now customers just go through. Yet they used to stay probably for a week or so and they would make money. We even encountered restaurant owners who were also complaining that people used to sit and eat for 2 weeks or so, but it's no longer an issue. So I'm saying all this to know how important the one-stop border posts have become. And I also want to thank our partners, like Trademark East Africa. Really, they have been instrumental. They have put a lot of money in these one-stop border posts. And whatever little is left to be done, I think it will only be fair for resources to be availed to do the little that needs to be done to have everything in place. I've taken trouble and read through the reports of the committee. And really all the issues that they have raised as a committee are not only in these 2 one-stop border posts they visited, but in all the 13 one-stop border posts. Because even if you go to as far as Mirama Hills, the same issues that have been raised here are the same issues they are facing in Mirama Hills. So I would like Council to really look at this report, not just for only these 2 one-stop border posts, but for all of them, because the problems are not unique. But I will really emphasize just a few issues where I need Council to give urgent attention. When you look at page 9 of the report, that's Roman 16, lack of holding facilities for passengers suspected with contagious diseases such as COVID-19 and Ebola. This one really needs urgent attention. I remember during COVID, we went to Malaba as Uganda chapter, but there were truck drivers who had been suspected of having COVID-19. They were put outside on the veranda on plastic chairs, and everyone who was passing would even stop and make a comment, or that this is how COVID patients look like. And I remember one of the drivers was coughing, that even us who had gone just to see what was happening at the border, we also had to stop and stare and see this guy coughing, and many of them were scared, and the stigma that is attached. And there's nothing even like a tent to put these guys and contain them. I could imagine even as this person was coughing, other users of the border were getting exposed, and there's no single room where this one could be put. We've had cases of Ebola. So if someone is discovered to be having Ebola, what do we do? Do we put them in the restaurant, in somebody's office? What do we do? So this was an oversight when these one-stop border points were being built. So as council, please help us, even if it means looking for a donor elsewhere to find us money to build isolation centers. It's very, very urgent. And then the other issue which was raised by the committee is the issue of sensitization. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Secretariat. They have tried with the meager resources, but what has been done is not enough. I remember one summit member, when we had a session in Kampala, President Yoweri Museveni, he emphasized the need for sensitization. There are so many opportunities for the East Africans that they are not aware about. But every time, for example, for Eala, every time we have a vote on the budget for sensitization, council scraps it. Now, to me, it shows council has not seen the value for sensitization. You go to the border points, EAC has very good programs there on paper, but you go to the border, immigration officials, customs officials are green. You start explaining to them and they're like, for us, we've not been briefed on this. So until we take sensitization to be serious, we start with our own staff at those border points. We go to the citizens. Now the report here talks about the certificates of origin, but I can challenge council. If any council member can give me the procedure for applying for a certificate of origin, or where I can go to get one, I'll challenge you. This is information that is out there. EAC has actually a very simplified framework for the wananchi who trade across the border, but people think it's rocket science. One time we were in Mombasa, I tried to see whether these things of certificates of origin really work. I was just trying to check it out. I bought stuff in Mombasa, so we were going to cross across the border, and I had my things with my receipts from Mombasa. So I go and I say, these ones have originated from Kenya, much as I'm a Ugandan, and I want to take them across. They told me you cannot prove that, first of all, these items were made in Kenya, or the raw materials that made these items were made in Kenya. The customs official did not even take trouble to ascertain the worth of my products. Because when you look at the customs union certificate of origin rules, you'd find that where goods are below $2,000 worth, they're supposed to be exempt. But he didn't even look there. His interest was just bring the taxes. And I tried to argue, but he seemed not to know anything. So this information, our people need to have it. There is actually a list of things which can be exempted. But how many East Africans know even what is included in that list? This list has like maybe more than 100 items that can be exempted from this import tax. But people are not aware. So council, when we bring a budget that has anything to do with the sensitization, please give it the attention it deserves. It's not cosmetic. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to talk about is the issue of operation hours. It's really embarrassing that you go to Kabanga, Kobero, the border is open at 7, and by 6 it's closed. You go to Elegu, Nimule, that's on page 11 of the report of the committee. They open at 8 in the morning, by 6:30, they are closed. Which economy sleeps the entire night? Because when I look at Elegu Nimule, this border point has all the trade between Uganda and South Sudan. But we are sleeping at 6:30, no one can clear a container. You find a long queue of trucks that are waiting to be cleared and we are sleeping. What are we sleeping? Council, please come to our rescue. It's the same story at Mirama Hills. They also close at 6 o'clock. Why do we don't need money as a community? We are here struggling. We are crying, funding. Money is there waiting. Traders are ready to pay taxes and we are sleeping. Why are we sleeping? Are we really serious? Council of Ministers, if you're not able to do this job, allow us to go and do this job for you. Give us the days that we need to work. You're not working, now you don't want us to work. It's really confusing. Chair Council, where you aren't, your colleagues sat and decided Eala should be home sleeping for the biggest time of the year instead of working. But the East Africans out there, they want tangible benefits from the community, and we are home sleeping. We are willing to work. I'm willing to even forego holiday and vacation and just be here working. Council is just looking at it in terms of money, but where is our opportunity cost? As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, to give chance to other people, there is this issue of accommodation. At every border point, they are crying. The officials, they are there, they are working, they are encountering cartels, some people are smuggling guns, but then in the evening, around 7 o'clock, they have to go home. There are some also border posts which are really remote. These people have to take border because they don't even have vehicles. Where there are some accommodation, families have to share the accommodation, 2-3 families. Now in this COVID era, that is a big problem. We can't have our staff there working diligently, but they're not sure whether they're going to go home safe. This is something that also needs urgent attention.
Would that be the reason they go home very early?
Probably. Probably. So let's look at it in the 2 angles. Let's provide the accommodation and let's make sure these borders operate 24 hours. The developed countries don't sleep at night. People work in shifts. There are those ones who work the night shift and others who work the day shift. As we are sleeping, we shall continue being called third world countries when we have a chance to join that elite group. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the electronic tracking system, that stops at Elegu, that's on page 16 of the report, that's Roman 15. This one shows that South Sudan has not been fully incorporated in the programs of EAC. And I'm wondering why it's taking us this long. It's more than 5 months, 5 years, but they're still somewhere we cannot define. We've already now brought another member on board, DRC, thank you, SG. You've really worked hard. But let's not stop at just rushing to bring new members on board when we cannot incorporate them fully into the programs of EAC. South Sudan has been crying. There's a lot that needs to be done. And EAC is able, it's up to the task, but we are not yet doing what is enough. Or is the challenge? Funding. Council, what happened to the alternative funding mechanism? Why are we still deal-dallying about it? We've had consultants over and over again. They bring reports here. We pay money. A consultant's report going for $100,000. They bring a report, then council plays politics. African Union comes, they take our consultancy paper, they implement it, and the same partner states are paying money that side. Why is it so hard to contribute to the EAC? I submit, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report of the committee, but among the recommendations, I would like a recommendation for sensitization to be emphasized. Submit, thank you.
So now that is a proposal to amend, and you can draft something for the committee chair. Finally, Honorable Mnya, I called you when you were not yet in. Can you complete the part of your debate you didn't complete yesterday?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I apologize for being late, such that I could follow this Rule 15 for resumption of an interrupted debate. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when I stopped, I was talking about the hydropower project. And before I continue, let me quote a little bit that the project aims at improving access to electricity in East Africa partner state through exploitation of shared resources, and increased cross-border sharing of energy and power. It also related to strategic development objectives to increase cross-border energy and power trade and to improve transient stability of the system. Mr. Speaker, this is a technical word, but yesterday, when I was talking about this hydropower, the advantage, having this 80 megawatt at Rusumo, and the advantage not only Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, but the whole of East Africa because of the interconnected system. And this improvement of transient stability is like improvement that we have infinite bus now. That means strong bus bar. That means interruption or power blackout in one partner state now, if we are really connected, cannot result to the whole system to fail. Now, having completed this project, now I think our council members and including SG, that to complete this project of 80 megawatt, that means another project should follow in connection or related to this project. That means the project whereby it will help to have the whole of East Africa that is already connected. And because of the interconnected system, and maybe in future in Africa, I know there are program of Republic of Kenya to be connected with the hydropower which is constructed in Ethiopia. I know in the side of Tanzania, there is interconnection with Zambia. So we'll have a strong infinite bus bar. Now, the need of having of power consumption, whereby if Rwanda has got a little power, that means we'll have the access to buy power from another partner state. Similarly to Tanzania, similarly to Kenya, and the thing to be interpreted, that means there's something very, very important for the East Africa and the Africa in general. That means another project which follows is now to find the mechanism of equipment and special meters whereby they will show the direction of which country is buying from whom. I think that will be considered and will be executed. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention about this OSBP. We know that out of 15, 11 are completed already, and also in the program they are in the design there are another 11. With the inclusion of DRC, we'll have many. But the experience or what we have seen that in the side of Burundi and in the side of Tanzania, Kobero and Kabanga, something is very different. And when we were looking for the reason why, it was very difficult to find the actual design because it was about financing, the component of partner states, the privilege of priority of partner state. In Tanzania, the OSBP, it was so big with all facilities. In the side of Burundi, very small, no facilities enough. But also the housing, they opted to build the house for the workers first in the side of Burundi. In Tanzania, they did opt to build for the house of the workers. Now, the aim here is that there is something hidden financial-wise, that there must be a transparency on the amount of funds used for construction of this OSBP. It should not only be known by the partner state, but the community should know. And we as members, we should know. As far as we are, the OSBP are constructed now, there is something hidden. Something is done in partner state, something involvement in the East Africa community, your office, but something is not transparent. And also, there are some OSBP whereby is example. We like them and they are better. The OSBP at Namanga, Busia, Malaba, they are the really good example to be followed for others. So it will be much better and it will be fine if the design, the 11 remaining which are under design should not deviate from those OSBP which has shown a good example. With that short note, Honorable Speaker, I'll beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Allow me to pick the last member, then we proceed. Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to air out my views on this report. First and foremost, I would like to add my voice in welcoming our colleagues from the Parliament of Uganda. That is the Committee on Trade. And I'm happy we are discussing trade matters when they are also around. And I also want to encourage the Right Honorable Speaker, but I think it's a high time committees here, committees of the East African Legislative Assembly, like now the Committee of Trade and other member state committees in related matters link up so that, you know, when we are discussing like matters like this on issues of one-stop OSBPs, there are some issues they can pick and actually can be addressed by the member states. So it is very important that there are linkages between these committees. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for this very precise report. This is the core of our integration trade. So I'm sure Council and the Secretariat are listening in very, very well. Right, Honorable Speaker, normally whenever the assembly begins these programs, a new assembly is inducted by taking them rounds. We move around, see these projects, witness what goes on the one-stop border posts. I would also like to encourage, especially on matters of trade, I would encourage the Secretary General here to come up with a budget. First of all, for our members of council, also to have an opportunity to move around and see what goes on out there. Because sometimes when we talk here, it's like something really far. It may be difficult to comprehend, but when you see and witness, you see the urgency of the matter, that actually we need to move an extra effort, especially as council, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to request council. You see, when you move to this, as stated here by the committee, every OSBP has its own challenges. What you expect in this OSBP is not what you see in another one. So before you go around with the council members, I would like the Secretary General here to develop what I would call it a checklist of the basic minimum we expect to see in a one-stop border post. So that when you move around, these are the issues you look for. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, I witnessed there's one-stop border post being constructed between Uganda and Congo, and that's on the West Nile front. And that's the Goli border post. It's near my home, about 1 kilometer away. One time there was a fire caused by a trailer that was carrying fuel. It burnt down all the vehicles, over 100, that were lined up. And because it is a slope, the fuel went down, burning all the vehicles down along the road. So this also is another challenge as reported.
I think there was a similar accident in Rusumo. Yes, those who visited that OSBP, I think you got that information. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So these are the challenges. What are we doing to address these kind of challenges? The business community is losing a lot of money. So there is need to standardize what we expect to see at this one-stop border posts, then also create parking lots so that you have maybe the dry cargo packed in, have its own parking. The wet cargo, that is fuel, which is inflammable, should also have its own parking lot. Then also other goods which are being traded, including vehicles, their own parking lot, so that if there is a disaster, it should only be a minimum of just a few vehicles or a few goods along that equipment, along that border post being affected. So in your review, I would emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker, that there is a need again to go and see that these one-stop border posts are expanded to create and facilitate the trade and have the minimum requirements are present. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Republic of Rwanda. I went to one-stop border post By then I was still at the Parliament of Uganda. We were visiting to see the readiness of this border post for opening. And that was the Mirama Hills, Kajitumba. I saw a tourism desk on the other side of Rwanda with information, you know, when you're entering, this is what you expect to see with the brochures. And I want to encourage that all our member states should emulate this. This East African community has enormous opportunities for tourism, but we are not communicating. We are not communicating to the potential group, even of East Africans who pass through that border post, and all those people who pass there who would like to take an opportunity and see what is in the countryside. Nobody will give you information. But if we have tourism desks at this one-stop border post, we are really selling our East African community. Then secondly, the challenge we had during COVID-19, the health desk at the one-stop border post, you just find a desk and maybe once in a while you may see a personnel seated there. Nothing beyond that. So what was the purpose of creating this health desk? I believe with now these epidemics that we are having, Corona, Macro, the Omicron and all that, and now we have now we have the monkeypox. This health desk should be facilitated to handle all these kind of things. COVID should be tested at the OSBP, not again taking these people out some kilometers away, looking for a health center where they can be tested. There should be facilities at the one-stop border post. So Right Honorable Speaker, mine is really to encourage Secretariat and our Council of Ministers to take at least 2 weeks, move around and see what goes on in this East African community. So that when we talk here as members of Parliament, actually you have a better understanding of the challenges that we come across during oversight. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, it's 5 years down the road. I'm yet to know and to get a report, either from the Secretariat or our Council of Ministers to this Parliament on what so far they have done on the recommendations we keep making here. This Parliament has made so many recommendations, urging Council to do so many things, but we never get a reply. So we need to have a mechanism, Right Honorable Speaker. How do we enforce and how do we ensure that when we make these recommendations, we are equally informed of the outcomes by the Office of the Secretary General and perhaps now our council members, the Chair Council. Periodically, at least every 6 months.
Maybe we should introduce in our rules the questions to the Secretary General program, like it happens in the national parliaments, where the Prime Minister has to answer. So whether it is Secretary General or Council Chair, we can introduce in our rules a requirement that every plenary or every morning they brief the Assembly on certain questions, and that those questions should be primarily directed at probing the status of implementation of recommendations made, because that is within our means. We can just amend our rules and start doing it. Yes.
Additional information, Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Rose, briefly. Yes. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think not even the rules, because what is happening, it's not on recommendations only, but also the audit queries which are made by auditors. and Parliament recommends. The best way to go about this is maybe Secretariat to support us on Public Finance Management Act, so that we have a transparency of a matrix which introduces a treasury memoranda that any resolution made here and sent to the Council of Ministers, there are some action decisions taken. So by the time we go to the next financial year, we know this is what we recommended this and the action taken and what is remaining. It will help us to streamline the system of governance within the EAC and the Assembly.
All right, thank you, Honorable Kakoza. Yes, I wanted to wind up with the idea I brought.
Speaker, additional information, please.
But
Before that,
Honorable, you are getting information. I haven't forgotten you on the floor.
through. Actually, I wanted to add on what Right Honorable Speaker just said about calling SG to address for the question and the answers. Also, my additional information, based on the practice within our partner state, we know that our head of state, they are always having State of the Nation address. Why not East Africa State of the State of East Africa address? So that's also part, it can also make our community be aware of what is going on. Thank you.
All right, let's conclude with this. So Honorable Rose resumes the floor. Hold on. I think generally, this idea can be perfected, but we want to create a situation where making recommendations on the floor does not become just a formalistic exercise, such that when recommendations are done, then action is taken. So what we are looking at is how can we create that system of accountability? And in my view, in my quick thinking, amending the rules and providing for that provision can be sufficient. So I would facilitate the process for the rules committee to do it. So we can do it during our time. It becomes part of our legacy. And then how you handle it when we are no longer here wouldn't be our problem. But we will make sure it starts during our this assembly. Yes. So Honorable Rose, you can conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that very important intervention and the points of information that colleagues have given to the effect that we need an accountability system here in this parliament. It's very important, Right Honorable Speaker. I was concluding, Right Honorable Speaker, by saying that, yes, it's a high time we put our act together and get serious, being done in serious with the activities that we are doing here as an assembly, and council should also take it seriously. I know they take it seriously, but we need that kind of accountability in terms of treasury memoranda or reports to this house on account of the recommendations we make. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, honorable members. Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the committee and members for the report that they have submitted on the one-stop border post and the hydro power project. The council appreciates the feedback that we received from members, and I can make a comment on a few of the issues that were raised. On the matters, for instance, on the structure, there's been a lot of submission about the structures. In implementing the one-stop border post, there are responsibilities that the community took it upon itself, and that was supported by donors. But there are also responsibilities of partners. The donors supported us with the construction of the main buildings. I made structures for passenger movement, for truck movement. The donors did not support us with supply of water. or operation costs afterwards. Those are the responsibilities of partners. So even as the committee makes recommendations, we need to be informed and make recommendations that are the community's task. In this instance, a lot of the soft issues are really the responsibilities of individual parties. So that goes including for accommodation of their staff, not the responsibility of the community to go and build houses for Kenya revenue staff in Namanga. That, or even get them accommodation, that is really the responsibility of the parties to ensure that their staff are accommodated in safe places. So some of the comments in this report, even when we have the committee on implementation or the session on implementation, would be able to tell you the same. Two, there are matters also around implementation of our integration agenda. That is the responsibilities of individual partner states. You have spoken a lot about, for instance, the differences or that you experience in the border between Uganda and the Republic of South Sudan. The Republic of South Sudan joined the community 5 years ago, but to date hasn't even completed the process of alignment and full implementation of the customs union. We reminded them, but I think we are aware of the challenges RSS has been facing, and that has slowed down its alignment with the expectations of the community. Now, that obviously calls for greater reflection, because when the Republic of South Sudan joined, they gave us a time frame during which time they would complete integration into the community. It hasn't yet happened. So some of these things cannot, they haven't done their part. Now, on some specific observations that the committee makes, for instance, on the matters of rules of origin, the certificates are available for all goods that qualify. But we are also aware that in some cases, there are some challenges where goods do not qualify or the certificates are not authentic. It is important that traders work with authentic certificates. There are competent authorities in each country that issue the certificates, and a lot of times these traders, for instance, relate with their chambers of commerce and or the revenue authorities. They'll be able to establish who is the issuing authority. We have engaged, or the Secretariat and the community has engaged cross-border traders on the simplified trade regime. But we've also received feedback from the traders on the application of these documents, and some of them will also be addressed. There's been a discussion about how to further review the support especially to the small and medium enterprises. Related to the challenges on the certificates of origin, the Council will also continue to engage with the Secretariat to make sure we encourage the traders to report these issues to us. They come sometimes through discussions on non-tariff barriers, and some already have been addressed. When we addressed you last week, we did mention that we have already eliminated more than 25 NTBs, and some of these are to do with the certificates. Now, in implementation of the common market, this is something that we continue to face. You've spoken, for instance, about the use of national identity documents in crossing, say, between Uganda and Rwanda, or between Uganda and Kenya or Kenya and Rwanda. That was a decision and an initiative reached in the context of the Northern Corridor. That I think we're all aware of that. So the United Republic of Tanzania isn't a member of the Northern
Information?
Corridor.
Yes, Honorable Rentin. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The use of ID cards is one of the decisions of the council, and is supposed to be applied to all member states, but this is a principle of variable geometry. These three countries started and others will follow. It has not been under the Northern Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically it is complementary. Yeah. Yes, I think it is the issue of phraseology. There is a general decision of the council, and the process of implementation is not at the same speed.
Yeah.
So that application of the principle of variable geometry is what is commonly and officially referred to as Northern Corridor Initiative. But in principle, I think there was also a ruling by the court. In principle, it is the application of the variable geometry treaty-based way of doing things. Yeah.
So the other countries who haven't made the decision are really encouraged to do so. On the issue of standards, for instance, and this is also a matter that I picked up, or we picked up from the report. There is a number of standards harmonized within East Africa. And we continue to work on the standards for harmonizing the standards for the most commonly traded goods. But there should be standards for all goods that you trade, whether it's the application of the international standards, and that can be utilized in trading. So I think obviously we continue to evolve and develop many other products. So if they are commonly traded goods that don't have standards, it is something that we should be able to move expeditiously on. And if the committee can identify those specific goods that do not have either a national standard or a harmonized East African standard or an international standard, then that is goods that we should be able to make some quick progress on. With regard to also on the matter of standards, the council has also taken a position to split the SQMT Act 2006. This is consistent with the international standards process, where we have a separation between standards, accreditation, and conformity assessment, and that bill is already before this House. But council will be submitting a bill on metrology soon, and as I mentioned in the budget speech last week, and all these initiatives are intended to secure the standard of goods that are traded within the East African community. Mr. Speaker, I noted in the report that there was some elements of the recommendations that have been made from the committee or observations that are actually not factual. And that information is available with the Secretariat. I inquired, and perhaps as part of the recommendations, the next time members of Eala are also undertaking this mission, if it isn't the practice yet, it may be helpful to also have a member of staff from the relevant department from the Secretariat, so that when members make recommendations, they make recommendations that are aligned with the respective parties that will be required to implement these matters. But with all that, I just want to
Clarification. Clarification.
Honorable Dr. Makame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's like we'd like just to get the more clarification from the honorable member of the council, the chair council, with regards to factual information, because that is not coming out very clear.
I'm not sure I got to the clarification. I missed it.
You see, the honorable member of the council, the chair council, is citing that the committee is not having factual information in the report, but has not indicated where the factual information is missing. So we'd like to get to know where that factual information is missing so that we take note also as the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So who else wanted? Honorable, I'm coming. Okay, so it's the same point. Okay, Honorable Order, I hope it's not the same point.
It's mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We also wanted to inform Honorable Minister that I'm a member of this committee, and when we visit, and especially on this visit, we had stakeholders, including stakeholders from ministries and from the Secretariat, whom we always work with. So that's why maybe my colleague wanted to have more clarification so that we can take this better, good advice from Honorable Minister, but to be specific and understand which areas, because we always collaborate with the Secretariat if there is any issue, and especially in CTI, we meet with these committees. And last week, I think we met with a Department on Trade to discuss on some issues. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Other information. I want to remind the honorable members, these interventions, if it is a point of clarification, a point of information, a point of procedure, the time is limited for submission. And it was done on purpose such that you don't end up debating. So it is, I think, 1 minute normally. So I think it's done. Now we'll go back to Honorable Minister. I hope you have picked the clarification that honorable members want you to make.
Thank you, and thank you for those clarifications. It's a general observation that we have made. I submitted my first comment, for instance, on the responsibilities of the community vis-a-vis partner states with regard to the infrastructure at the border. Yet, even in the report, as well as submission of members in debate, we are asking the council to deliver on a responsibility that belongs to a particular partner state. So
guidance, let me help you,
Guidance.
Honorable. Let me help you, and then we move on. Honorable Minister, you are council chair, and the council chair speaks positions of partner states. And when you don't have a position of a partner state, this house has always been generous to give you time to seek it, to develop a position of the council that emanates from partner states. So these members have a responsibility to put the council to task to know what they have done. Even if a certain responsibility is within the responsibility of a partner state, still it is for the council to pursue that, so that members identify the problem, that people who work at these OSBPs do not have accommodation. That's a fact. It's also a fact that it is the responsibility of partner states to provide accommodation. It doesn't have to be within the framework of EAC. It can be within the framework of individual partners. But still, it is the responsibility of the council to pursue that direction, unless the position of the council is that we don't need this accommodation. But the accommodation for staff is directly related to the proper functioning of OSBPs. So the issue of who is responsible is a detail that can be sorted out within the council. But we need to appreciate honorable members. Honorable Betty is standing here, very articulate on issues, and this is the first time she is on this floor. So we don't need to dwell so much on this. Let's move, and the council will readdress it. Yes.
Right, Honorable, I'll just request your indulgence for the record. I would like that statement to be expunged from the record. There is no false information in the report of the committee. So that one should be expunged.
Well, did the minister say there is false information? No. Some of the facts.
She said that the part of the report is not factual.
Okay.
So that the issues raised are not correct.
Okay, I can handle that situation. I can handle that situation. Honorable members, the information provided to the committee was given in a framework we established, and it is generated from the stakeholders in the partner states. So they are facts. It's also factual, the state of affairs that the minister is presenting to the House. But we are tasking the council to address the problem, So any reference to any information provided by members which points to a situation that it is not factual is expunged from the record, right? So let us proceed, Honorable Minister and honorable members. I don't want any more intervention on this. Let us proceed.
Speaker, thank you very much for that. And as I was mentioning, the council has received this report. It will clearly study it and check and consider the recommendations that have been made. It will also give communication back to the House on its observations of the report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Council Chair. Further to what I said earlier, the Chair of Rules Committee, I'm directing the clerk to find time during this plenary for the committee to propose that amendment. It is just 1 hour or 2 hours of sitting. You will not need to do any public hearing on this. Just provide a rule, an amendment to the rules where in a certain period that we shall consider, council should come and explain the status of implementation of recommendations we make. We should also address the system, address the situation. How do we generate the recommendations to be reported about? We shall work on that even administratively, but we need that rule immediately. Okay, committee chair. Before I came here, I was watching a parliamentary session from one of the European countries, a Q&A. And the council is having a very good time with us when you see what happens with some parliaments. Yeah, okay, thank you, but we appreciate what you are doing, Honorable Minister. This is on a right note. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is indeed very encouraging to see how we are treating our member of council in this house. Right Honorable Speaker, all the speakers who spoke on this report, they were touching to very important point. And also I just want to mention that there are three proposals. One proposed by Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyabo. We're gonna consider that one. And the two proposals from Honorable Susanna Kauchi. Come to the other comment which were made by the different speakers. Also, I have just a clarification for what has been spoken. That clarification is this chair council, the chair council has just said that some of these infrastructures were all of them, they were handed over to the partner state. Then my question is, these infrastructures are handed over to what department? And if I am not mistaken, the East Africa ministries, they might have a department which are in charge of these infrastructures. You know, it's always amazing when you move around these borders and you see some of these infrastructures, they are deteriorating before even 10 years. So now, since this department are in charge of a certain ministry, why they don't take care of them? So when you are given an infrastructure, then you have to have some people who must do maintenance or who must look after those infrastructure. Then we come to also these OSBPs. There are some recommendations made by a few years ago, especially on Rusum URT side, where was an incident of fire.
Honorable Chris,
yes,
I think your role at this stage is to respond. To save time, just address where the amendments were proposed. Because the debate has been largely complementary. The way I see it, your report is largely supported. So just address the proposed amendments and we move.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to speak about the fire department at Rusumo, because there's somebody who mentioned it about it. Then when we went there, we asked them, they said the department was going to implement that decision, because some members said there's still no other, there's still no firefighting at the URT side, yet we're with an officer from Department of EAC department, where they say, EAC ministry, where they said they were going to implement it in two months. So, Honorable Speaker, as you have mentioned, most of the speaker who spoke, they were from CTI. They were speaking what we have faced during that oversight activity. Then again, Mr. Speaker, you know, this committee, we have to handle many activity, because the CTI committee is a committee who's in charge of trade, which is the core business of this community. So to thank all the members who have spoken, they have mentioned all the challenges we have met, all the opportunities are there. So let me just thank Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyabo, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, Honorable Dr. Oda Jeremiah, Honorable Oda Gasinzirwa, Honorable Engineer Mnya, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Thomas Dut, Honorable Kalonzo Kenneth, Honorable Pierre Rurakambye, Honorable Nur, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, Honorable Engineer Pamela Massey, Honorable Susan Nakauchi, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable Chair Council.
Honorable Chris, there was a proposed amendment by Honorable Susan to do with this installation.
Is what I started with.
You accepted?
Yes, I accepted. Three proposals. Three proposals. One was proposed by Honorable Jean-Claude, and the two from Honorable Susan Nakauchi.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the on-spot assessment of the status of implementation of the EAC one-stop border post and the hydroelectric infrastructures at Eala, Nimure, Kobero, Kabanga, and Rusumo borders be adopted as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So I also want to join you to commend the committee for the work you have done. The point has been made that this report is several months old, and we have many other reports that are several months old. And this is because we focused on oversight strategy we focused on oversight strategy, but our focus is yet to be aligned with the budgeting process, so that the time we have to discuss the reports can match the amount of work we do in oversight. So we are in a better situation than when in the past. Let us continue this. Let us focus on oversight. Focus on oversight. Have as many reports brought here as possible until we succeed to make sure that we have enough time to deal with these reports in a good time. So thank you so much. Just a minute.
We go back to item number 2, laying of papers, Roman 1.
Chair, Committee on General Purpose.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Item number 4, consideration and approval of the East African Community Supplementary Budget Estimates for the financial year 2021-22 by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, Sam, I beg to move that this assembly do resolve itself into a committee of supply to consider and approve the East African supplementary budget estimates for the financial year 2021-2022, and a committee of ways and means to consider and approve the financial statement for the supplementary budget financial year 2021-2022.
Seconders. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Dr. Williama, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, Dr. Makame, Honorable Muhirwa, Honorable Kennedy Mukuria. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this August House approved a budget of 784,295 dollars for the financial year ending 30th June 2022. Subsequently, the council approved additional funds, which is a supplementary budget, to enable the community to meet additional expenditure for the organs and institutions of the community for the financial year ending 30th June 2022. This motion therefore seeks to secure the Assembly's approval in accordance with Article 49, subsection 2 and 132 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community.
Thank you, Honorable Council Chair. Honorable members, I now wanted to propose the motion that this Assembly do resolve to consider and approve the EAC supplementary budget estimates for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now I call the committee chairperson, General Purpose Committee, and you can use the podium.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Articles 49 2B and 132 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Section 7 of the East African Community Budget Act 209 and Rule 78(1)B and Annex 5F of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, I beg to present to the House the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the 2 supplementary budget requests for the financial year 2021-2022 for consideration and adoption. Background. At its meeting held on 29 November 2021, the Council of Ministers adopted a supplementary budget of United States dollars 6,299,685 for the various organs and institutions for the financial year 2021-2022, and you can refer to the Annex 1 for the details. On the 16th day of February 2022, the Chairperson Council of Ministers tabled before the Assembly a request for the above supplementary budget and presented the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 for the first reading. At its meeting held on the 6th April 2022, the Council of Ministers adopted a second supplementary budget of United States dollars 2,731,426 for the various organs and institutions for the financial year 2021-2022. Subsequent to this, on the 11th day of May 2022, the Chairperson Council of Ministers tabled before the Assembly a request for the second supplementary budget for the financial year 2021-2022. The Right Honorable Speaker referred the 2 supplementary budget requests to the Committee on General Purpose for consideration. The committee used the following methodology. During the consideration of the 2 supplementary budget requests, the committee A held meetings in Arusha from 16th to 19th May 2022 and interfaced with the Chairperson Council of Ministers, the Deputy Secretary General, Finance and Administration, the heads of organs and institutions, and other relevant staff of the community. B, scrutinized the detailed supplementary budget requests, the financial statements, and the bills. C, received and reviewed submissions by the heads of organs and institutions on the supplementary budgets. D, made reference to the treaty, the EAC Budget Act, and other applicable laws of the community. The committee finally prepared a report for consideration by the Assembly. Our findings and observations. The committee made the following findings and observations. 1, the total amount of funds being requested for by the Council of Ministers in the 2 supplementary budgets is United States dollars 9,031,311, which translates to 9.8% of the approved budget of the East African Community for the financial year 2021-2022, which is 91,784,296. 2, Section 7(1) of the East African Community Budget Act 209 provides that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is appropriated by the Assembly shall not exceed 5% of the total approved budget for that financial year without prior approval of the Assembly. 3, during our interaction with the heads stroke accounting officers of the relevant organs and institutions, they informed the committee that the funds requested for in the 2 supplementary budgets had been spent. As noted above, the funds in the 2 supplementary budgets amounts to United States dollars 9,031,311, which is about 10% of the approved budget of the EAC for the financial year 2021-2022. It was a total violation of Section 7, Clause 1 of the Budget Act for the accounting officers to spend over 5% before securing the approval of the Assembly. The committee is in complete disapproval of this illegal action. 4, contrary to what the accounting officers informed the committee, the team from the EAC Secretariat misinformed and misadvised the Chairperson Council of Ministers that the organs and institutions that had not exceeded 5% threshold as per the requirement of the Budget Act. The committee takes exception to the deliberate, habitual, and professional conduct by officers of the community in misadvising the Council of Ministers on the budget and other related matters of EAC. 5, a review of the 2 supplementary budget requests and others presented before the House in the last 3 financial years revealed that the EAC Secretariat is the biggest beneficiary of funding from the General Reserve Fund. For example, in the 2 supplementary budget requests, the Council earmarked a total sum of United States dollars 3,518,712 to be drawn from the General Reserve Fund in the financial year 2021-2022. Out of that money, United States dollars 1,925,612, which represents 55%, was allocated to the EAC Secretariat. The committee considers this very unfair since the other organs and institutions equally have unfunded priorities. It was noted that the only way most other organs and institutions benefit from the general reserve is through borrowing monies from the fund, which they return. Number 6, whereas the committee appreciates that the organs and institutions of the EAC may not be equally funded due to variation and uniqueness of their respective mandates, the Council and the Assembly should ensure equitable allocation of the scarce resources during the budgeting process by taking into account the critical and funded priorities. 7, it was noted in his letter dated 19th November 2021, addressed to the Chairperson Council of Ministers, the Right Honorable Speaker requested for a supplementary budget amounting to United States dollars 2,316,110 to offset outstanding areas to members of the Assembly arising out of unpaid allowances while on official duty. The same request was presented to the Secretary General by the Acting Deputy Clerk of the Assembly in the memo dated 4th April 2022. You can look at the Annexure 4. It is ironic that the Council of Ministers, which sat on 29th November 2021 and 6th April 2022 and adopted the 2 supplementary budgets, did not find it prudent to consider the request for payment of outstanding areas to members of the Assembly. Yet available evidence shows that the matter was brought to their attention by both the Right Honorable Speaker and the Acting Deputy Clerk of the Assembly. 9, the committee further noted that in the Assembly's request to the Council for payment of members' areas, the component of areas of daily subsistence allowances for the staff of the Assembly who facilitated plenary sessions and committees during the said period was inadvertently omitted. The Chairperson Council of Ministers expressed surprise as to how the members could have conducted business without the technical support of staff. She advised that the request be amended to include areas owed to members of staff. The committee confirmed with the Office of the Clerk that the areas owed to staff amounts to United States dollars 116,900. 10. It is important to note that the areas arose out of the failure to pay members and staff for the implementation of the Assembly programs and activities which were provided for in the approved budget of the community. Therefore, the request to pay outstanding areas to members and staff of the Assembly while on official duty is not a favor, but an entitlement. 11, the committee was informed that the South African Courts of Justice made a request to the Council of Ministers for payment of outstanding areas to the honorable judges and court staff amounting to United States dollars 75,150, arising out of sitting allowances owed to them while conducting court sessions during the period of March 2020 to January 2021. Whereas this request was tabled before the Council during its meeting held on 5th July 2021, the matter was stayed. When the matter was brought to the attention of the current Chair Council, she noted that it was unfair for the organs and institutions of the community to be treated differently. The committee was also informed that the 2 supplementary budgets will be funded by monies secured from the EAC General Reserve and development partners. Over the years, the General Reserve Fund has been one of the sources of funding for the budget of the community. Available evidence indicates that the funds accruing to the General Reserve every financial year is in a range of United States dollars $5 to $7 million. It is therefore prudent for the House to appropriate funds from the General Reserve in this supplementary budget to offset the outstanding areas of members and staff of the Assembly, as well as the judges and staff of the East African Courts of Justice. It was noted that the appropriation of the funds from the General Reserve under this supplementary budget will not attract additional charge to the national treasuries of the partner states, nor increase their annual financial contributions to the budget of the community. 5.1, the recommendations, specific recommendations. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends as follows. 1, the House passes the supplementary budget request submitted to the Assembly together with amendments made by the committees as indicated in the recommendations here under. 2, a total sum of United States dollars 2,433,010 be drawn from the EAC General Reserve Fund and be provided for in the supplementary budget for financial year 2021-2022 for payment of areas owed to members and staff of the Assembly for the official work done in 2020. 3, a total sum of United States dollars 75,150 be drawn from the EAC General Reserve Fund and be provided in the supplementary budget for the financial year 2021-22 for payment of arrears owed to the honorable judges and staff of the East African Courts of Justice for the official work done in March 2020 to January 2021. 4, the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 be amended to provide for a total sum of United States dollars 2,508,16 allocated in 1 and 2 above for vote 002, the East African Legislative Assembly, which is United States dollars 2,433,010, and vote 003, the East African Court of Justice, which is United States dollars 75,150. 5, the Assembly directs the Secretary General to submit the supplementary budgets for the Assembly and the East African Courts of Justice in 1 and 2 above to the council meeting scheduled for June 2022 for retrospective approval. 6, the Assembly strongly cautions the accounting officers of the relevant EAC organs and institutions to desist from violating the provisions of Section 7.1 of the EAC Budget Act 209. In future, officers who commit such offenses should be individually held culpable. 7, the Assembly strongly warns the officers of the community for the persistent and unprofessional conduct of deliberately misinforming and misadvising the council on the budget and other matters relating to the community. The Assembly adopts the committee report, that is 8. The committee requests that the Assembly adopts the committee report and passes the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 with above amendments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I now propose the motion that this Assembly, that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Community Supplementary Budget for financial year 2021-2022 be adopted. Debate is open. Honorable Kakoza.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for the comprehensive report. My observation is going to be on the Budget Act, which is mentioned here. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this section of the Budget Act, which says that you don't pass a supplementary which exceeds 5% without approval of the Assembly. For me, in my understanding, it means if you come back to the Assembly, which appropriated the money to relevant votes, and without coming back to the Assembly, it means you are suppressing other votes to cater for the amount you want without the approval of Parliament. What does it mean? It says that means the money which was appropriated for that vote, those activities are going to suffer and there will be no performance. In that, it means the budgeting process, how it's appropriated, is tampered with. And what happens? Right, Honorable Speaker, why budgets have laws is for transparency and accountability. And there is no way a budget which does not have a streamlined system that it will perform its best. I want to interest the Council of Ministers and the people who implement the budget that mostly we have to work together to achieve a common objective. Suppose you say that there are planned activities within a financial year and you've allocated money. You go withdraw it. You do whatever you want to without the Assembly not being approval. It means those activities will not be implemented that financial year. And the performance of the budget will not take place. And you will not blame the assembly which appropriated money because you are surplusing other votes which could have done within that financial year. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is an abuse of the law. And in other countries, our national parliaments, they have punishments, sanctions of such an accounting officer to misuse the public funds. And this is why I said, I still insist, this parliament, to streamline a system of accountability. And if we want to work together to implement what is done within this house, let the Secretariat, the Council of Ministers and Assembly, we pass a law of Public Finance Management Act, because this money is for public, and once it's abused, the whole blame goes to the whole coordinating system within the EAC. I think, as the committee recommends, that really this is a warning, but we need a legal framework which will compare these chief accounting officers who misuse, who abuse the law, to have sanctions within that law. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I will come this way. Honorable Kennedy, Honorable Susan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. I want to say that I support the report. However, I want to interest the Council of Ministers on an item which is on the Annex 2, where there is a budget line to facilitate review of EAC staff rules and regulations 206. And just to add on to what Honorable Kakoza has said, what we urgently need in the EAC is a Public Management and Finance Act. So I would want, if possible, the council to take interest in that so that they don't just stop at review of the financial rules, which won't solve the mischief and the challenges we've been having and that we've come across as an assembly, but to include a Public Finance and Management Act for Eala. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would sincerely thank the members of the General Purpose Committee for the great job you've done. In fact, if I was going to be a voter this coming elections, I will make sure that every member of the General Purpose Committee makes it back, because you're extremely brilliant. These are brains we cannot afford to lose. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been trying to look through the report of the General Purpose Committee and then look at the supplementary budget that has been brought by council, and the two of them appear substantively different. And also when I look at Section 7 of the Budget Act, and I also look at how close the CTC is with the Council of Ministers there, who is the chief advisor to the community, I really get confused, Right Honorable. And as you may realize, it appears you are going to debate so much of the Budget Act, because personally, as a lawyer, I don't want to be party to an illegality, which is outright. The law is very categorical. The supplementary budget cannot exceed 5% of the budget, the main budget. The chair council started by telling us figures, and I wrote them very well as she was reading them. And the committee has informed us this budget is nearly 10% instead of 5%. But I think it will be easier for the assembly, for maybe chair council to first give us an explanation, Right Honorable. Because if she told us something, maybe it will reduce the number of words I will need to say. Because I'm planning to talk for 1 hour when it comes to this.
By the way, debating so much means allowing an opportunity for everyone to debate. So, Honorable Susan, I don't want to place a limit, but you have that in mind. Eh? Make your points quickly, spend as less time as you can so that we can have an opportunity for others.
Right, Honorable. Okay, this is a preamble. I've not yet gone into my substantive submission, but I'm just requesting for your indulgence. Maybe Council can first explain to us why things are the way they are and why the issues which have been raised by the committee, which also Council agrees with, for example, the areas of the EACJ, they are not part of the supplementary here. Maybe that one will save us the time because we'll be able to understand why the status is the way it is. I submit.
It's a good suggestion. Council, you are at liberty to address these matters at the very end, or you can come in now and make clarifications that can possibly redirect the debate or even save time, depending on what you say. Feel free to consult on this. You shouldn't feel constrained with time. Honorable members, I saw since yesterday some insurance cards are being distributed. I don't know how many there are, such that they are distributed for 2 days. And I haven't gotten mine yet, so I don't know whether I have or I don't have. I don't know how the system works. Because my concern is if for 2 days you haven't finished, then we may end up finishing the plenary when some members don't have them. Why don't you do it the better way? Because that one goes very fast. The insurance cards are as important as better the department. So don't delay to pick yours. Yeah.
Can I help? Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nur, can we have a few minutes for council to consult? Because, you know, a decision of the council should be the decision of the council. So we cannot just push the chair to conclude on behalf of everyone.
Honorable Chair,
unless they tell me they are ready.
Honorable Chair, I want just to propose.
2 microphones are on.
I just want to seek your indulgence on this matter because there are a lot of issues that has been raised by the committee and they require to be answered. And that is why you have told the minister or the council chair to come in to explain herself on this matter. I'm proposing that we have a Kamakunji on this issue because we cannot be able to deliberate and conclude this matter the way it is. Maybe the council chair can explain herself to the House because she never satisfied the committee, and we need to have a full house at Kamakunji for this afternoon, and then maybe we can be able to pass this tomorrow without any.
Honorable
any issues.
Nuru, I'm not taking your direction. Yeah. So, Honorable Council Chair, please, Honorable Nuru, resume your seat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for their report and the work that they have done. I think there are some matters that are included in the report that we would like to clarify. And Mr. Speaker, we all are members of this community. The staff, the legislators, the judges, and the rest of the citizens. But as you know, as members of staff here and members of council and of the assembly, we need to also handle matters with that and give and handle matters with respect to the processes that we have set for ourselves, and also treat each other with decorum. I refer, for instance, to the language utilized in paragraph 4. Paragraph 4.
Which page?
Page 42. Yeah. I appeared before this committee with the staff of the community. We clarified to the committee that quite a large number of the items on the supplementary budget 1 and 2 had not been expended. Some had been, but some had not been expended. I specifically clarified that the requirements for the retreat of heads of state had not been expended. We itemized what had been expended, especially for projects. We indicated that what had already been expended was 4.3, the total amount is about $4 million. And we provided that evidence. To call the chair of council and officers of the community unprofessional and misadvising is language that should not be, I submit, in this report. The committee engaged us and told us that the heads of organs had said it had been expended. And in my communication to them, I said it is usual for people to say we've expended it so that they protect the budget. But the details on the expenditure are in the system. So we are concerned that the committee did not take that into account and has instead used language as unprofessional with respect to our staff here, or habitual and professional conduct. That, Mr. Speaker, I submit is not the right language. Secondly, the committee has used, included in its report, especially matters on arrears of members of the assembly, arrears of members of staff amounting to 116, I think 116 in paragraph 9, arrears for the East African Court of Justice. These arrears are not part of the budget that council submitted, which was which is what we had asked the assembly to consider. We submitted, and I submitted, that the matter of arrears claimed by the Court of Justice is currently being considered by council. And therefore, council has not yet established what is payable and the amount. So we did not include that because it's not yet been deliberated on. On the matter of staff, yes, it was brought to my attention and I did undertake that it would be investigated and the data would be provided. At no point did the council submit that there is due amounts for staff that needs to be paid. And thirdly, on the matter of the outstanding claims by the assembly will remember that this has been an ongoing matter for the last 2 or 3 years. Council made a decision in November last year and paid out a total of just a bit over, maybe near just a bit under 2 million. I think, how much was it? 1 point something million. And I believe members were paid that amount. The speaker did write an appeal of additional amounts that members were claiming. I met the speaker and several members, and we undertook to table that before council. Council has not yet considered the matter, but in prior meetings in preparation for this sitting, we have given direction to the clerk and to the secretariat to establish the claims that are outstanding, represented by the speaker's letter, but that exercise has not been concluded and council has not yet decided on the amounts that are due. Council decided on the previous amounts, those were paid. In the context of the appeal, council is going to consider the appeal. So my request to the speaker and to the House is that matters in the supplementary that have not yet been considered and submitted by council be stayed until that is done. Council will be meeting, the earlier sessions have started. Council will be meeting, the senior officials and PSS will be meeting this week. The ministerial session will be called from the 27th, and we'll agree on a date from the 27th of June. At that time, the council will make a decision on the arrears, both for the judges, eligible staff arrears, and eligible arrears from the assembly, and that will be tabled to the assembly after council has decided. Mr. Speaker, we're used to saying chair. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the minister from Burundi, who has been present and part of this discussion, I would appreciate and seek your indulgence for him to give the undertaking of council in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Ezekiel. Yes, please. If you are ready, and if you are not ready, I can. Are you ready, Honorable Minister? Okay. While you are discussing with the Secretary General, you want to talk? Okay. The Secretary General? But the Minister indicates to me that he will talk later. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. And I want to contribute to this important report. But I think it's also important to put things straight for purposes of record. And that is why I've chosen to speak, aware that, of course, the members of the council are here. And so that members can also be populated with information which is more factual. And in particular, the issue of the 5% threshold. And I tried to interact with my colleagues, with my team, just to establish what this is. And I want to assure members of this assembly, Honorable Speaker, that the staff of the community serve the community diligently. And some of them actually serve members, facilitate to ensure that we deliver the community. The aspect of 5% and the $9 million that is raised under this supplementary, 5 million of this, which is partially the EU mitigating security threats as a project of the EU, the African Development Bank, supporting on the fighting on COVID, and the Germans supporting the health and the construction, of course, of the LBBC headquarters. Construction of phase 2, this money has not been spent. That is $5 million. What has been spent is $4 million, as the chair said. And this translates to 4.36%, which is lower than the 5% that you're mentioning. And that's the information that we have. This has been discussed in the committee. I would urge the honorable members that, and you talk of this kind of language where you'd want to portray the staff to be misleading to the council. And given this particular case as the chief accounting officer of the community, I want to put it on record that they are sticklers of the law. We have instruments that we do respect. And therefore, for purposes of records, the 5% threshold as a requirement of the Budget Act has not been surpassed. And I think this is the issue. And if you do discuss, it's only fair this kind of language is also expunged so that we ensure that we also protect the staff. Some of them who interact with the council and may not be here to protect themselves against such a language. I submit right on this.
Okay, so I think we will handle this. Honorable members, we will handle that situation. So because the Honorable Council Chair referred to the meeting she had with me, I think now I'm obliged to give details about the meeting. Would that be construed as debating? Will it be construed as speaker debating? It's information. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Indeed, I met Honorable Council Chair, and the meeting took place at my request. And I thank her because she traveled from Nairobi specifically for that meeting. And in the meeting was attended by the Secretary General and his team. Almost everyone that has anything to do with the budget of the community was in the room. The new clerk of Eala was also there. The CTC was there. And the subject of discussion was about the areas. I invited the chair of General Purpose Committee. The substantive chair was not there, but the Honorable Kennedy Mukuria, who stands in for him, was also present. So if I will go wrong in terms of my factual recollection, I would give you the opportunity to compliment on what I would have said. So what we discussed, and because we have been struggling with this problem for a long time, and I have struggled with it more than you, a lot more. So I wanted to bring the new council chair to the reality as it is, because I knew that some of the information she had, and actually other ministers, were not factually correct. I will not go into the details of what we discussed in terms of item number 1, number 2, but the outcome of the meeting was such that we developed a joint document between Eala and the Secretariat, regarding the claims with the figures. Why did we do that? So that we don't have a document by Eala that will be contradicted by Secretariat. Because this is the situation we had in the past. So we wanted a document we prepare together and which will be presented to the ministers as jointly prepared by Eala and Secretariat. And I wanted to confirm or to thank the SG because the fact that we prepare a joint document with the details in terms of numbers was actually his own proposal. But let's do this together. The clerk and the Deputy Secretary General and the Director of Finance should prepare a document that Council will consider in the meeting that the Council Chair referred to. This time, not as Eala versus Secretariat, but as a document jointly prepared and where we agree. So what were the issues that we needed to harmonize? We have for a long time held the position that in that particular financial year, we passed the budget. I think the date was 27th of February, 2021? Yes, January, right? We have always had that recollection that we passed the budget. And the budget which provided for 6 plenaries within the ceiling that the council had provided. And I wanted to underline that fact. Within the ceiling that the council had given. When that detail came, I could read from the factual expressions that possibly the minister didn't have that information. So in passing that budget, we didn't exceed the ceiling. And I believe that is why partner states didn't object to that budget. And that is the budget we have been implementing. We implemented in that financial year. Because for all these years, we plan our activities based on the budget we approved, together with the summit. And that is what informs our calendar of activities. I was held back then by a directive of the council on instigation of the Secretariat that we cannot call more than 4 plenaries. But the budget was providing for 6. So you remember the situation where I had to sign the notices for you because the budget system had blocked the possibility for the entire budget of the era to be seen. The way we resolved that is another story. But there was a time when the budget of EAC was not in the system of budget management system. Until there was an intervention of a council member here, and we got to know that people who were supposed to do that hadn't done it, and it was done within 1 day. And then from that time, the 6 plenaries were seen in the budget. They could be seen in the budget system. So all these details and explanations we provided is what convinced the council members to say, now Secretariat and you can put this in writing and do it together. And this is what the council will consider when they meet on the date that the Secretariat is working on. So for me, I thought that was a big breakthrough because the statement we have been in was because we were pulling in one direction. What we believed was right. We were implementing the activities according to the budget we passed. I asked the CTC as a custodian of our laws, and the Budget Act is one law of the community. Do you have any alternative budget that provides different number of activities? And he said, no. Yes, CTC. I asked the question. Isn't it the budget of the community the law? The CTC said when the heads of state assent, it becomes law. Now that caveat, I had to correct it immediately. And because we are here and we are creating records, I have to correct it here also. The summit has a way of working. They assent to the bills when they meet physically. So the practice has been when we pass an act, particularly the budget, and there is no objection within the time provided, it is deemed as assented to. This is how we have done all the time. That's why I asked the CTC, bring me the last copy the summit signed. Maybe it is 5 years back. So it is impossible. It was misguided for anyone to suggest to the speaker that he could have called meetings less than what is provided for in the budget. It was also misguided for people within the secretariat to stick to budget estimates instead of the Budget Act. It was actually illegal. And at your convenience, honorable ministers, you will need to address that problem. Because, again, I ask the question, if there can be a situation where we deal with the budget estimates instead of the budget, then why are we here? Because we have estimates already. So we can give you the document and you go and execute the estimates. But if the treaty provided for Eala to deal with this exercise, it is not our liking that matters. It is not the question of whether I like the estimates or not, or the final document, the act. No, it is whether the procedure has been properly undertaken and it resulted into the law. So if there is someone who didn't like the act as we passed it, that was a personal problem. I don't have to like the law we pass here. I just respect it when it is passed procedurally. So we passed the Budget Act. That was what was to be followed. So those who decided not to feed that budget in the budget management system were in breach of the law. Those who pushed them to behave the way they did were in breach of the law. Yes, we had only one budget which provided, and again, finally, an attempt to tell the assembly that even when they are working within their ceiling, they have to have this number of plenaries and not this number of plenaries. That was also micromanagement. Because in the same way, judges cannot be directed to call this number of sittings, the assembly can also not be directed. We have been talking about the reports that we keep for a long time because we decided internally without cohesion to change the way we work. So if at some point we realize within this sitting, we will need one plenary, it will be done as long as we do not contravene what the partner states have committed to raise for this community in terms of the resources, and which is viewed in the form of a ceiling. The day we voted the budget above the ceiling, we created a problem because we are pushing partner states to commit more than they are ready to commit. But if you have given us a ceiling and we work within it, then you're telling me, you know, this is your house, but you can sleep in this room and not in this room, you better take back your house. Yes. So, honorable members, this problem we have struggled with for a long time was based on that, based on the attitudes of people who just decided to ignore the law. Whether you like me as the speaker or don't like me, it is not about me. It is about the laws of the community, what we stand for. If you did anything hoping you are punishing me, then you did it wrong. Because this was punitive to the entire system of how we are supposed to work, and not to the speaker. So the development, where we are at a point now where we no longer have the contention with the council about which budget was applicable and what. For me, that was a big progress. And finally, the final point is on this issue of policy, whether arrears can be paid with or without a policy. Let me advise. I advised then, I want to advise now. This matter doesn't require policy, because it doesn't change. The circumstances we worked in did not change the way we have always worked, fundamentally. If we meet in Nairobi next month, we will not need the policy to pay members from Kenya. If we meet in Kigali for our plenary, one, we will not have breached the law by going to Kigali, and we will not need the policy to pay members from Rwanda chapter. So if we decided to meet in groups, one in Nairobi, another in Dodoma, another in Kigali, in Bujumbura, in Juba, how is it different from when we dispatch committees in different partner states? How is it different? So why does the matter get so complicated? You need the policy because there was technology involved. Is the involvement of technology what requires a policy? Is there a policy governing? Of course, heads of state don't get that kind of facilitation we're talking about. But at least for us, we even enacted rules to govern those meetings. Even the summit convenes. Even ministers have been convening, and you didn't even have time to amend your own rules to make it possible. So there is no need for policy. And that is why even that other amount that was paid did not require policy. Because you see, it will be self-defeating to insist on policy when you have made some payment. Because how do you justify the payment you made? If there was a requirement policy, on what basis was that payment made? So a principle cannot be accepted partially and rejected partially. Yeah? You either accept the principle or you reject it. So based on that development, honorable members, I want to commend the council chair and the secretary general. You know, secretary general, you carry the burden of things. You have to carry the burden of things that happened when you were not here. And that should be the reason why no one should ever try to undermine a legitimate office, because people come and go. Some of the people who are busy undermining this office could be out there lobbying to occupy some of them. Yes. So, yes. So please, you carry this burden, but I am happy that this common understanding now is happening when we are together at this time. And we really hope. Yesterday, I met the Honorable Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, and she was saying, what we need is the numbers. You know, there is a Kiswahili phraseology, kikokoto. Something that is clear. The justification numbers, ministers have never had bad intentions with this assembly. But ministers require people who work with them to help them and to give them the correct information when they need it. So that is where we are, and that is how we should proceed. Honorable members, that is where we are. So some members have been asking, now, can you guarantee that when ministers meet, they will give a positive response? Well, first of all, I think the council chair is telling us, and the SG is working on it. We shall create a record here that the council will meet, and when they meet, they will consider this document. Why it is not ready, Honorable Council Chair, it was brought, Mr. Obatre and Engineer Mlote and the Honorable Mr. Juvenali did the document, and we made some corrections. So I think maybe the final document is ready, or it will be ready. But we are no longer arguing about, we are now talking about the format and having a document that is user-friendly So if when they meet, I have no guarantee that they will accept because I'm not one of them, but I guarantee that I will be there to talk to them. And please make sure when you meet, I am also there. Because the problem I have always had, when I meet ministers, I convince them. There is a time when I met the ministers here, and may his soul rest in peace. I remember Honorable Olenasha stating on record, Speaker, before I came to this meeting, I had a different impression, and now I'm convinced. But then a few days later, there was reshuffle, somebody came and had to start again. So please, when you meet, let me be there to talk for these members. So that I can guarantee that when they meet and they call me, I will be there. And I will put the best case as I can. What they decide is, of course, not in my province, but I am sure with the correct information, the decision should be okay. And of course, if it is about guarantees, possibly we may not find a formula that really guarantees, other than positive engagement, goodwill on the side of everyone, and being forward-looking and making sure that we continue to stabilize the situation as it has been stabilizing in the recent days. Yeah, so I rest my case. Honorable members, all these efforts that I'm doing are meant to minimize the kind of debate. That's why I am labeling, so that we can have a movement forward. So please, I will ask Honorable Susan to resume her debate based on the new context as we have explained it. Honorable Namara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe before I want to give clarification before the honorable members start the debate, especially regarding the comment by the Chair Council and the Right Honorable Secretary General, that the 5% threshold on the budget was not exceeded. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, during our interaction, when we're having the scrutiny of this budget, we invited all heads of organs and institutions who were the beneficiaries of this supplementary budget. And they made it very clear that they have virtually spent 100% of the money. Additional to that, we requested the Office of the Secretary General, Dear Finance, to provide us with information regarding how much, which institutions have not spent the money. Up to this afternoon, Right Honorable Speaker, we don't have that written information. Number three, it is my considered opinion that if it is true that $5 million has not been spent, but is there, and we have only 20 days to the end of this current financial year, why don't we put this budget in the next financial year instead of putting it in a supplementary budget? So it is my considered opinion that we did not miss, even when the Chair Council was there, was still being misadvised from what I was seeing. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, and we must agree that was a mistake from the stakeholders, that the expenditure was above the 5%. And this information we got from the heads of organs and institutions who are the ones who expend these monies. It's not the SG who expend this money, it is the organs and institutions. So even as we're moving forward, whereas we may not reject, but we must learn lessons and put caution. So what I was putting was not in bad faith, it was in good faith, just to caution, so that there is no misadvising to the council chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. This also I can try to give it a direction. You know, we are in the process of budgeting. We are not in the process of investigation. You know, Parliament can also investigate, but that's a different exercise. So we have records here. First of all, one thing we shall correct is the proper representation of facts, possibly by rewriting the paragraph. So there was no evidence brought to the committee that this part of the budget is not spent yet. But the Secretary General has stated on record, and the Council Chair, what they stated. So we take both. The committee holds the position based on what they were given, and they are not going to change when they don't have evidence yet. But on the floor of the House, there is a record created by the council and the secretary. So we take both, as long as we agree that these are priorities and we wanted to provide for them. Isn't it a solution to that? So we shall rewrite the document to reflect that position. Correct? Yes. Yes. Because otherwise, if we go into demanding evidence and what, then we are investigating. We are not basically, there is going to be a time for audit. Remember, the audit reports come back to you. You will have all these records and you will raise these questions depending on whether this is going to be a matter of audit query or not. So how do we proceed now? I'm lost. No, please. There is a member who was already on the floor. And yes.
Chair, on the aspect of rewriting or correcting the report, the way the two contradicts, the chair asked for written document to prove that the money has not been spent. As long as he gets that written document, I think then he can expunge whatever has been put on record, depending on that evidence. That is a simple matter, rather than maybe just hanging in between there that you have been told this and you have been told the other. The only way to correct is by putting in writing that this money has not been spent and this item still outstanding. So this record can be corrected by the committee.
Good proposal. You see, when we vote on the reports here, we are not basically voting about the drafting. We are voting about the substantive content, isn't it? So records can be cleared and cleaned up as long as we agree on the principles. Honorable Susan, you conclude on your debate. Don't take us back.
No, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to also give my opinion on that bit, because the committee was tasked to scrutinize this supplementary budget on our behalf. And for that reason, they had back-to-back meetings with the Secretariat and all relevant stakeholders. This information should have been availed to the committee during that time. And since that information was not availed, as the House, we can only take what has been given to us by the committee that did the job of scrutinizing the supplementary budget. But Honorable Speaker, as a way forward also, the Minister Chair Council, as she was winding up her submission, she had requested the member of council from Burundi to make council's commitment. And to me, it was a bit suspicious, especially that she was seated near CTC. You know, lawyers are very crafty many times. I could have a problem, but I know really how my profession operates.
Honorable Chair, did you ask him to make a commitment or to complement to what you had said?
No, we can only commit, and I think I was asking him to confirm, we can only commit to discuss the matter with the facts before us that are agreed from the Secretariat and the Eala. You know, you could actually find that you owe the community money. Because once matters are reconciled, what has been paid, what has not been paid, some of us might find that they owe money to the community. So all we were saying is, including a figure of 2.3 in this matter, it's not yet been brought before council. So that was my point. My colleague, let me finish, Mr. Speaker. So my colleague, who we've canvassed on the matter, is that we shall consider the appeal with the facts before it. That's all we will do at this point. Whatever is payable, council will make a decision on it. That was my submission, Chair, but since I'm on my feet, the language we use in reports lives before us, beyond us, and is also a display of the nature of the relationship that we have. Language of habitual and professional misadvising, the council chair has not said that they were misadvised. But we can present facts, but without such language, because these things go beyond us and they are picked by the press. And before long, we'll be seeing that the fight in the East African community and Eala continue. That's the point about really being careful about language.
Well, I think we have agreed on focusing on the principles and putting it in the best way they can be understood. Personally, I don't think we should labor so much on this. So, council, you will convene. SG, give us an indication. When? Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With the permission of the Chair Council, I want to add on what she has presented, representing the Council. Right Honorable Speaker, what I believe is that the council members and the members of parliament, both of us, we need our community to stand stronger and stronger. Having the budget is essential for all of us. As council members, our chair council, she has clearly stated that this matter, when members of parliament, especially the committee, and the secretariat, when they avail all the details, the council is ready to sit and debate on this. What I can say at this moment is that, Right Honorable Speaker, this issue has been debated for a very long time. Even myself, when I came in as a minister, I had a different view, a different understanding of the subject matter. But when I tried to speak with members of parliament and they come in different meetings, I got to understand a lot of things. So what means that today, where I was the first time I came in, it's not where I'm still. And I believe this is the state of every member of the council. So what means that today, let us trust each other. Council members trust the members of parliament. Members of parliament trust the council members. You have the claims, and the claims you have, let me take this risk to say they are genuine. They are genuine. But you know, something that is genuine, you know, somewhere in the report you mentioned there's something professional and professional, I don't know, but just give us the time to be professional. Give us the time to be professional. and becoming professional, we need to seek and look into the details, and then we will be able to know how much we owe to the members of parliament, how much, to whom we owe that much. I believe even yourselves, you can understand that what you owe as a member of parliament, it's not the same amount the other MP is owed. I believe that you understand. So we can make a mistake of taking a general figure, a lump sum amount, which is not, which does not conform to the reality, So give us that time, do your job. We have asked you to present the details, bring them. And when you bring them in 2 weeks, we are sitting at the end of the month, and please wait for the outcome. This is what I can say as a commitment. We are here. So let us trust each other and everything. I believe where we come from, it's very far. It's very far. Now we are trying to wind up the process. Don't be tired. Thank you so much. I submit.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your microphone is still on. Thank you. So let me correct some records here so that we can move. Where we have a reference to unprofessional or malicious, or we shall replace with incorrect. So we expunge any reference to things that become personal, so that we direct it to the facts. See, I can provide facts that are not correct. But when you say the facts you have provided are not correct, basically you are attacking my conduct and not my personality. You see the difference? So we shall correct the records and expunge reference to unprofessional, things like that, but we maintain where the committee believes the information given was not correct. And people from the media, when something is expunged from the record, you cannot take it. Yes, because you will be creating your own records. I'm trying to help you on how you work with the parliament. When the speaker has removed something from the record, you don't recreate it. But of course, it's on a light note. I know you are, people from the media work with us, and they know what they need to do. I'm not teaching them about their work. So you are done, Honorable Susan? Conclude and we proceed with the debate and we finish it.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to the time when the Honorable Minister from Burundi would become Chair Council, especially before I wind up my tour of duty, because he has just made me forget everything that I had to say regarding this thing. So, right, I'll rest my case here, but I would assure the Chair Council that I don't owe this community a cent, not even my colleagues. I'm looking forward to the 27th, after which I'll know what to do next. Thank you so much.
So also for purposes of the record, the budget I referred to, which we passed in February or January, was actually one budget for the entire community. There is a reason I'm saying this. That day, we passed the budget of the entire community. It doesn't matter how many budget lines we addressed, because the budget doesn't get passed in different pieces. So when a partner state rejects one provision, the entire budget is brought back. So when we voted it second time, we voted for the entire community. That is the budget a secretariat, court, every institution was executing. May the Hansard keep that properly. Yes. So who is next? Honorable Musamari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me also thank the Chair Council and her team on the front bench. Honorable Speaker, given the fact that the council has undertaken to commit themselves to work out the details of what they owe us in terms of areas. And the team is already in place. That is the clerk of Eala, the director of finance, the DSG finance, and the other relevant officers. The Secretary General himself is here supervising the process. Given this undertaking, Honorable Speaker, I am of a view, and if I'm able to persuade colleagues that with this commitment, then we we stop the debate and we proceed with the appropriation such that
move the motion.
Secretary General, you
move the motion, yes.
Okay.
So you are moving that we stop this debate and we proceed. Second,
thank you, Chair. Now I can formally move the motion.
Yes.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Move the motion, Honorable.
So, Honorable Speaker, so I was raising on that procedural point.
Honorable Mustamari, there is a member who says Honorable Namara has to pronounce himself on, but is it at this stage?
Because if
yes, because basically now the debate on the committee report is going on. If Honorable Musamari succeeds, then council committee chair will come to respond, and the council chair. The usual way we wind the debate on the committee report. So Honorable Musamari, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So now that I'm persuaded by members that we can now proceed to the next stage of the budget, of the supplementary budget, I therefore, Honorable Speaker, move a motion that we adjourn debate Is it? It is right, Honorable Speaker. Let me consult the rule, the proper rule.
It is actually Rule 36. Honorable Makama, you have always invoked this rule. Which rule is it?
Speaker, it's a limitation of debate.
That's Rule 36.
Yes, and Mr. Speaker, it's to call the, because I think the Honorable Council Chair has.
No, you are going beyond what I requested.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
I got the answer I needed from you.
To bring the end to the debate.
Aha.
Yeah, so that we move to the next stage of the process.
But, thank you. So, Honorable Musamari, it is Rule 36. Can you just mention the rule without?
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I move under Rule 36 that we limit debate on the report of the General Purpose Committee, given the assurances from Council, such that we go ahead and appropriate, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconders? Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Francoise, Honorable Namara, and all members standing. Now, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. So I now invite the committee chair. Yes, Honorable Mukuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know you have already put a vote, but the procedure is you allocate time, whether 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and we end at that. Yeah. It's not limiting debate, it is limiting time. That's what Rule 36 is saying. Yeah. So you need to indicate maybe 2 minutes, and we speak for 2 minutes, and then the question is put. Thank you.
Procedure, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
well, I thought that it becomes necessary when there is a member on the floor.
No, that's the rule. 36.
Okay, then
procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Does it indicate how many minutes?
No, you can say maybe for 2 minutes, and the debate is 2 minutes.
Now, this debate will end in 2 minutes.
Yes.
And Honorable Makame. Honorable Makame.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure I'd like to invoke is Rule 48.
You are spending the 2 minutes, I said.
Yes, Rule 48, Mr. Speaker. I'm referring to Rule 48.
Yes, Rule 48.
And that is closure of debate.
Okay.
So this debate becomes closed and the question put. So, Mr. Speaker, basically, because we've concluded and positions have been taken, it's better that we proceed to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I think we are okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for refreshing my mind on the rules. Now, Honorable Namara, Honorable Chair, General Purpose Committee, you wind up the debate and you address the motion moved by the council.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. With your guidance on the issues raised by Council Chair and the Secretary General, particularly on amendment on the language, the phrase, as you have properly guided, we take that guidance as we have provided, that we look for the word incorrect, that where we have those other words of misconduct and habitual, we use the word incorrect for purposes of harmony and moving in the same direction. In the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, I also concede to the suggestion that this matter regarding the areas be referred to council in the next council meeting to ensure that all the details that are required for the computation of the areas of the members of parliament, members of staff, and also the judges of the Staff Court of Justice are properly considered by council. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't think I have anything more useful to add rather than thanking, on the issue of percentage. Yes. On the issue of percentage, Right Honorable Speaker, if Secretariat provides us with, I think we shall need direction, your guidance on this, Right Honorable Speaker, because number one, if Secretariat can provide us with documentary evidence that they have not exceeded the 5% threshold as required by law, then we will not have any problem with expunging what we have written in the report regarding regarding the supplementary budget. But in the absence of that documentary evidence, the committee goes by its report. I want to thank.
So, because you're asking me to guide, I agree with your position.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. That's why I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate. I think there were not very many.
Information and President Speaker, I think it's fair.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think for record, and I'm very happy that members are reading the mood of the House. And for purposes of record, on the issue of 5%, I, as the Chief Accounting Officer of the community, I'm on record in this House to say the amount that has been spent is 4.3%, not 5%. And what I will do, I think that should be taken as a part of position, irrespective of what other officers may have said, myself as the Chief Accounting Officer. However, I will still proceed to give a document that confirms that information for record.
Thank you. And that document is what will facilitate the rewriting of the report based on the information you have provided. Honorable Namara, conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, in the Catholic Church, when the Pope talks, you cannot again get advice from the the priests. Now that the chief accounting officer, the secretary general has said that they have paid it does not exceed the required percentage. And he has promised to give us the documentary evidence of that. I don't think the committee has any problem with that. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate. Honorable Kakoza James, Honorable Kalonzo, Honorable Susan, Honorable Musamali, Honorable, though he was giving information, Honorable Noor, the Chair Council, the Secretary General, and the Council member from Burundi, the Honorable Ezekiel. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
And the honorable members who supported the Honorable Musamali's motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Community Supplementary Budget for financial year 2021-2022 be adopted. As amended. As amended, be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So before we proceed, I also want to thank the committee. It's not easy when you are dealing with these issues, and everyone who participated in it. In the end, we are focusing in one direction and we are proceeding well. So do we need to extend time now so that we don't interrupt the upcoming stage? Or we still have enough time? I'm advised that it is enough. Okay, thank you.
Item number 5 on the order paper, the Committee of Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means. Honorable members, we are in the Committee of Supply and we are going to supply under the 2 supplementary appropriation bills. Vote 001.
Honorable members, I propose the question that a total sum of United States dollars 4,634,288 under vote 001 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Community Secretariat for the financial year 2021-2022. I now put the question that a total sum of the United States dollars 4,634,288 under vote 001 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Community Secretariat for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 002.
I propose the question that as total sum of United States dollars 519,350 under vote 002. Honorable members, it seems that some of you have a problem with the copy.
Yes, information, right, Honorable Speaker.
I'm reading from the notes.
Information.
Okay.
We don't. There is no vote 002.
Yes. Let me handle this. Honorable members.
Information.
Wait. You know, if we are all going to be talking, we will not. Honorable Mukuria. Honorable Kenneth.
Thank you. Honorable members, you can go to the report of the committee. Those figures are in the report of the committee so that we are on the same page. Thank you.
Can you help them with the page of the report?
Page annex 1, which is from page 1 to page 5. Annex 1.
Wait for you to go to Annex 1 of the committee report. Yes. Do you have it? Okay, you all have it.
We
Now-
all have it.
Aha, thank you so much. Now we can proceed. I propose the question that a total sum of United States dollars 519,350 under vote 002 be provided for the expenses of the East African Community Legislative Assembly as revised expenditure for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 519,350 under vote 002 be provided for the expenses of the East African Legislative Assembly as revised expenditure for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 004, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 278,310 under vote 004 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Basin Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 278,310 under vote 004 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Basin Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 006, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 628,687 under vote 006 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 628,687 under vote 006 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 007, the East African Science and Technology Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 89,880 under vote 007 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Science and Technology Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 89,880 under vote 007 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Science and Technology Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 009, the East African Health Research Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 149,170 under vote 009 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Health Research Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of 149,170 under vote 009 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Health Research Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
We are now going for the second supplementary budget. I think that is Annex 2.
Can you go to Annex 2? Are we there?
Vote 001, the East African Secretariat.
Let me be sure everyone has got the page. Are you there? Okay. I propose the question that a total sum of USD 1,565,734 under vote 001 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Community Secretariat for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 1,565,734 under vote 001 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the East African Community Secretariat for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 004, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 950,000 under vote 004 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Basin Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. I put the question that a total sum of USD 950,000 under vote 004 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Lake Victoria Basin Commission for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 005, the Inter-University Council for the East Africa.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 215,892 under vote 005 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Inter-University Council of East Africa for the financial year 2021-2022. I now put the question that a total sum of 250,892 under vote 005 be provided for the supplementary expenses of the Inter-University Council for East Africa for the financial year 2021-2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the approval of the financial statements for the two supplementary budget requests.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the financial statement for the supplementary budget be approved.
Honorable members, Honorable members.
Procedure,
Yes, Honorable Ambassador.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think you didn't read the total. You didn't approve the total.
I'm advised that the total is approved when we are approving the bill. Yes. Okay. Honorable Kakoza is saying yes. Now I take it seriously. Okay, thank you. So I now propose the question that the revised financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 be approved. I now put the question that the revised financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 be approved. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House do review.
Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports, the reports there too. I put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the committee of the Committee of Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means.
Honorable Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the House has considered and approved a supplementary budget for the EAC for the financial year ending 30th June 2022, amounting to US dollars 9,031,311. This brings the total approved budget for the financial year ending 30th June 2022 to a total of US dollars 100,815,606.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted. I now put the question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 6 on the order paper. The East African Supplementary Appropriation Bills number 1 and number 2 of 2022 by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1 and 2 for 2022 be read for a second time.
Seconders. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Françoise, Honorable Marie Claire, Honorable Fancy, Honorable members standing. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills 2022 be read for a second time. I call committee. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills 2022 be read for a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Bills, item number 7 of the order paper. The Bills Committee stage. Procedure. Honorable members.
Procedure, right, Honorable Speaker.
Say, Honorable Kaposi.
Yeah, I think there is an oversight, maybe by the clerk. After coming from the committee, the second of the whole house, it would have been pronounced that the third stage, after coming from the committee, these bills could be read when you are there at the third stage and we pass it. Because what is done, the committee stage is already done. You don't go back to the committee. So I do praise that, your indulgence that maybe the Minister of Council requests you to go back in the seat and we pass the bills at the third stage.
Yeah, I'm told there is a difference between the procedure for supply and the procedure for the bills.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Let me seek a different opinion. Honorable Nur, wherever you are.
I think Honorable Member is right, because we have just mixed the two bills, because one bill is we are introducing the second bill for the first time. So the combination has caused that confusion. So we have finished the stage that you are taking us to of going to Committee of Supply. I mean the committee stage. So we have passed all the two stages of Committee of Supplies and the committee stage. I don't know what the difference is, but
with my shaky recollection, I think this is how we have always done. Yeah. Yes. Now, can we, when there is a different interpretation of the procedure, which one takes precedence? Yeah, sure. Let us proceed the way we have always done it. And this is the way we have always done it.
Sure.
CTC. CTC.
No, Chair.
You wanted to invite? Oh, you see, I have ruled. Honorable members.
I disagree.
I have,
CTC.
Honorable members,
I disagree.
Can you resume your seats? I have done the ruling. Yes. Proceed. Okay.
Honorable members, we are at Bills Committee stage.
Honorable Kakoza, you know, this is a different parliament. Yeah, sure, I know, but okay. So we proceed like this. I'm further advised by another clerk that we are on the right track.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Clarification.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clarification on that, Honorable Speaker. Clarification.
The first appropriation bill. Logically, we wouldn't start with the second. We start with the first. Yes, that is a part of the record also. We are dealing with bill number 1.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, please vote. Yes.
The title.
If you don't keep voting, there is a member who will overpower you. I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I put the question that the title be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Second supplementary appropriations bill.
We are now dealing with bill number 2.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 will be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 will be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I put the question that the title be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House do resume.
I put the question that the House do resume. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the House has considered the EAC supplementary appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills and passed them without amendments.
Seconders. Honorable Dr. Makame, Honorable Dr. Karinda, Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyabo, Honorable Guy Deng. Thank you.
Adoption.
And all members standing.
Adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
Seconders. Honorable Dr. Makame, Dr. Kalinda, and all members standing. Give me a minute. Honorable members, I put the question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Item Number 8 on the order paper. Bill third reading, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1 and the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2, 2022.
Honorable Council Chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills for 2022 be read for a third time and do pass.
Seconders. Honorable Wijema, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Momamo, and all members standing. Honorable members, I now put the question that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills 2022 be ready for a third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2022. The East African Community Appropriation, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill 2022.
Honorable members, now I declare that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills 2022 have been considered by this assembly and have been passed. So wanted to congratulate everyone who participated in this very difficult exercise, very important exercise, more particularly the Committee on General Purpose and the leadership of Honorable Namara, and at times Honorable Kennedy stepping in to hold the brief, Honorable Secretary General and your staff, council, and all those who participated to make this exercise successful. So I thank you so much, honorable members. And given the time, we will not proceed with the other matters on the order paper. I therefore adjourn the House until tomorrow at 9:30. The House is adjourned.